Hello everyone. Evil dog. Just I opened the game and I saw this and I knew I had to start here. It's the evil dog. The dog that is clearly evil. Anyway, it's the start of the week. Things are happening. And primarily there's a corpse. So that's what we're here for. Time to continue this. Wait. This looks Edward, please. What's all this weird equipment? I'm not sure, but I don't see anything particularly suspicious here. What do you mean? There's those two bottles out of there that look very out of place. Smells weird though. Kinda musky, like wet fur. I didn't know you had such a keen nose. Oh, it's nothing special, really, except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. Remind me to seal all my valuables away in airtight containers. No way, Mr. Edward, I never steal any of your stuff. But you would happily steal someone else's. I'm not sure that's entirely reassuring. Let's see, what's about... It's a sink. It doesn't seem to contain any useful clues. Nope. No whiff of treasure either. You do know we're not actually looking for treasure, right? No. I don't care. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. God damn it, Kay, why do you have to bring up the phrase from the last game? This area is too big to take in all at once. Fortunately, I can use R to look further up or down. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention, etc, etc. Looks like a pulley of some kind. Maybe the prisoners use it for work? I suppose so, yes. Okay, so I know you're going to say no, but... Absolutely not, Kay. You're not permitted to swing on that rope. I knew it! Should have known you were being serious. We're having something like this in a prison, huh? A cage inside a cage? Technically, Kay, a prison isn't made up of cages, but cells. What's the difference? No offense, Mr. Edward, but you've got to look at the basic nature of things more. Yes, and the basic nature of an investigation is the pursuit of accurate facts and information. Let's see. Is there anything... I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the pulley has anything. There's nothing around here. Okay, so... These tarps are rather colorful. I wonder what they are used for. Well, they're tabs. They could be used for a lot of things. They kinda stand out in a room like this, don't they? They certainly don't look like they belong in a prison. Look, there's a whip on top of them. You know what that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers? Maybe she left it here? Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist, trust me. There was a rope near Knight's body, too. Speaking of which, wanna see my super stealthy ropescape trip? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in need of saving. He seems genuinely disappointed. Okay, that seems to be everything there. This part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints! Too many footprints, unfortunately. We'll need a specialist to identify them. Guess we just gotta wait till forensics get here. Yes, and in the meantime, if you could refrain from threading all over it. Wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jacket dirty, huh? Good point, Mr. Edward, thanks. My concern was for the footprints, not your jacket, detective. Okay, time to check the body, I suppose. Yeah, I checked everything else. Time to beat on this dead horse. Bronco Knight, killed the day before his court date. We better take a closer look. Huh? Is that? I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edward. I'm sure you how detective is a pocket chess set. The victims, I'd imagine. Makes sense. He loved chess after all. Yeah, it would have been a good way to pass the time. Yeah, just playing with himself, on his cell, all alone. Oh god, that sounds boring as shit. Pocket chess set data. I love how the music just stopped dramatically for no reason. A rubber glove. Yep, just the one though. I should examine it in more detail. Inmate use only. I guess that means that it must be one of the prisoners who was using it, right? Yes, you would certainly imagine so. Fingers are covered in blood on this side. I think we can safely assume that this glove was dropped sometime after our knight's blood had been spilled. We can? How come? Because had it been on the floor when the pool of blood was forming, then the blood would have flowed around it, but not underneath it. I mean, that depends on how the glove was positioned, but yes, that's more likely. Oh, I mean, there'd only be a band of blood around the edges of the fingers and not all over the back side. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body. Maybe your mother did shit after they did the deed. It's certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was that dropped it must have seen the body. You there! Yes, sir? Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir, the prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. A prisoner's issue with those gloves are under strict orders to keep them on their cells. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission, and we always check. I suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. The body is partially covered by a dirt-stained tarp, and there's a rope on top of it. Was Knight tied up with the rope somehow? We should take a look under the sheet as well. Look at all that red stuff! Yes, I'd say that's blood. We should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover, I'm sure of it. His neck brace is soaked with the blood from the hole in his neck. I would assume that's the cause of death and that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't even have had time. He wouldn't. Well, I can read and I can speak today. Why is wrong with it's Monday, that's all. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. There's a small cut on his scalp too. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head when he was stabbed in the throat? It's possible, but it's too early to say with any certainty. Okay, you have your camera with you, correct? We'll lend it to the detective so that he can photograph the body. Sure thing! All yours, Gummy! Thanks! Alright, here we go. His clothes sure are a mess though, huh? Indeed. They appear to be covered in dirt. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, detective. Damn. Damn, Edward. That's ice cold. Okay, and then there's there's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edward. It's a ring, and an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Is there anything that I'm not seeing here? Doesn't seem like it. Although... Come on, hurry up and open that clasp. This is a murder investigation. You sound like a child on Christmas morning. Oh, please. Even your heart must skip a beat when you're about to open a mysterious box. Not all of us think like you, Kay. Thankfully. These are chess pieces, right? I've seen the ones you have in your office. So how come these are black and white? Most chess pieces are. The ones in my office are custom made, so I can torture my boyfriend in my mind. As in they're unique and probably valuable. I like the sound of that. She's got that glint in her eyes. She better not be planning a robbery. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything weird with this set, then. There's mud all over it. Maybe the prisoners were making mud pies? Wish I could have joined them. I love making mud pies. Not anywhere near my crime scene, you're not. There's nothing inside, which I wasn't expecting, but you never know. It looks like that's everything, though. Okay, let's see. What haven't I checked? It seems to be a list of prisoners' reservation for this workshop. What are these? What are these numbers, Mr. Edward? Prisoner numbers, I'd imagine. I'd hate to be given a number like that. I rather agree. People are meant to have names. I'd much rather be called Great Thief or the Set Kongetarasu. Alright, name for you then, I guess. It seems to be completed. Well, I guess time to logic something up. These types have a pretty distinct design, in fact. It's the same design as the bloody tap around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. That'll teach you to be so careless, Mr. Edward. You need to keep your treasures close to when there's a great thief around. I thought you were on sabbatical. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together, right, Gummy? You betcha, we're unstoppable. A regular Three Musketeers. Let's not get carried away, detective. There's one thing we still haven't found. Huh? What do you mean, sir? What's missing from this crime scene? The murder weapon? You see no sign of a murder weapon anywhere. You're right, I didn't even think of that. Now, detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. It hadn't crossed my mind either. A fact that hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. I don't know why. I'm just very sleepy today. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, we wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Mr. Edward. What was the murder weapon, and where has it gone? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Huh, didn't know the guy had a whole entourage. Excuse-moi, but this is the scene of the crime, right? You're, Wait a second, are you? No way. Those piercing eyes, that furrow brow. Mr. Fender? It has been too long. I know, right? But even after all this time, I know that deep bow ever knew her. And that necktie, and that the neck wear, obviously. Man from Bon Karma, the man, the legend. Gonna say I didn't expect to see you here. Edward, you've been insulted to... Like, this is the biggest insult that Edward could receive at this point in time. Just being called Manfred. Also, how do you confuse Manfred Bon Karma with Edward? Different color scheme. Different hairstyle. Manfred is like, I don't know, in his 60s. I mean, he's dead by this point of the story, because I'm pretty sure he got the death penalty. But like, Edward is like 26, 27? I know he looks old because he's jaded and shit, but like, he's in his mid-20s. How do you confuse him with Manfred Bon Karma, who was easily in his 60s? Well, 50s to 60s when we met him in the first game. What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edward, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edward, whoa, yes, that explains that fresh face. Can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, Being away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Dude, it's way too early to be dealing with this kind of emotional bullshit. There's a dead person here. Like... Dude? Do you have to do this early in the morning? Yeah, Edward, my honest reaction. Like, if someone came to me in the middle of a murder investigation and say that kind of shit, well, I'm, again, in the middle of a murder investigation, I would just be like, is this the time? It's early in the morning. I came to talk to, like, a person who was gonna be in trial and I find him dead. Like, my life is shit right now and you're making it more shit. Do you have to do this, mate? Do you have to do this to me? Wow, where did that come from? And who are you anyway? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. If the name didn't, like, clue you in. You know, Eddie Fender, defender. God damn it, attorney game. Names. Enchanté, as they say. Fender's the name, and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Gumshoe! And I'm Kay Faraday, great thief! Don't French me. By the way. Don't stop Frenching me, Fender. And don't call yourself an ace attorney, that's... Phoenix keeps that, okay? I'm on sabbatical at the moment though. A great thief! Whoa, that's so romantic. That's chic, if you will. God, he's Frenching me. I hate that. Why is he Frenching so much? Right, it's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise, actually. I even made signing up super simple. Sounds awesome. I love to come hang with you guys if you had me. Sorry, I should have also mentioned that it's cars only and they have to be super fun and super cool and... Hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in. You've got to be kidding. My bad. I'm just so used to how they do things and I swear, you know? It's okay, is there a particular reason why they have to all be girls? Beyond the fact that you're a girl? Gay, I'm saying gay. Gay. And why are you here, Mr. Fender? I almost forgot this is your scene! Keeping the defense out is a strategy number 1 in the Bon Karma playbook, after all, isn't it? God. I'm gonna slap this guy. Hey, quit it with all the Bon Karma stuff, pal. What gives? Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is, unfortunately, understandable. It is? I take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney? Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I suppose I was supposed to be anyway. So he was planning to represent Knight if his client hadn't been murdered. He and I would have faced off against each other in court. I better see what he has to say for himself. Oh, God damn it. Edward. What? Why is he walking like diagonally like that? I'm not pressing to walk diagonally is the thing. Like, it feels weird that the game is doing that. I guess it's reading my inputs from the controller weird. Yeah, it's reading my inputs from the controller weird. Interesting. I see. Well, that happens. Let me check something. If I do this like this. No, okay. Yeah, it was reading the inputs from my controller weird. That seems to be it. No, it happens. So the victim asked you to represent him? Sure did! We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I. But a guard showed up instead and told us that his body had been found. I'm as bummed about it as you. I even broke him some Wheaties to cheer him up. Mr. Fender, you know you can bring food into the present. Oh yeah, well it's here now. Want some? Little advice I picked up on my travels. Some more-ish. No, thank you. Edward! The Winnies look so good! Fine, you do you. What are you doing here anyhow? Don't tell me you wanted to hear Nightside. Well, Karma was always more of a convicted defender. Excuse me. Convicted defender at all costs guy. Didn't teach you that. He didn't teach you that. That was a long time ago. Here he is, I saw. Do you don't want any Winnies? No, thank you. Have you met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The Bronxster called me the minute he was arrested. Something really freaked out, man. Oh yeah, I mentioned your little performance too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. And not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stone and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talk you something fierce. Can't say I didn't join the fun, though. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Lighten up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitor room here. And I don't think I ever had that much of a gas. So you come here a lot. Hey, don't go getting the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. The visitor's room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either. In which case, I better ask him what he knows about this room. Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room. No, my dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. I mean, considering everything, it seems more like a recreation room. Is it a recreation room? Whoa, I don't even want to know how you spend your spare time, Edward. God damn it. And I guess there's plenty here you could play with if you use your imagination. Props. Now let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong. This is actually a workshop. But that's none of the options that I had. And also, maybe he just likes BDSM. Don't judge Edward for that. He's a simple man. He just wants his boyfriend and to be tied up a little. Against his will. Well, maybe not against his will. So all the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile. Econs come here to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too, bank some qualifications for when they're back on the street. I see, and how is access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edward, I don't have all the answers. I'm a defense attorney, not an officer. My man over there probably does, though. Right, compadre? Yes, sir. The workshops are unlocked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelet, and if they're not supposed to be there, ding-a-ling-a-ling, an alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then they get a real shock, if you know what I mean. And if they try to break or remove the bracelet, that shook 3 times worse than that. Wow, that's brutal! And I think it goes against several conventions. You know, for human rights. I'm pretty sure you're violating several human rights. I guess I need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules, but that sounds a bit excessive and like a violation of several human rights. If they wish to pass through a door like this, the prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for them and let them in. You get all that? Have any prisoners used this workshop today? Like Adele? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I know if they had. So no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop today. No sensor that I jotted down on my organizer. I don't know how that's gonna be helpful. This is already a mystery. Without the part where the sensors, you know, are important. Which means that there's a contradiction in this crime scene. Namely, there's something here that shouldn't be. I'll take another quick look at over the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction to solve this mystery. I'm a scared of the scene and it catches my attention. I mean, now I'm wondering. The thing is that arguably, Nighty himself shouldn't be here if, you know, there was no alarm and there's no information on anyone entering in the first place. Like, inherently, the fact that his corpse is here is a contradiction because he shouldn't outright, just by the nature of this. So now I'm wondering, like, what's the element here? Like, I'm trying to think. I guess it's the gloves. Like, technically, Knight shouldn't even be allowed to be here, considering. But like, the gloves are the most obvious thing because they also shouldn't be here twice as much, especially if they don't belong to him, which there's no reason to believe that it does, because it's for inmates, it's not for him. He was on the other side of the prison rather than like he was in a holding cell, he wasn't in the prison proper. So naturally, if that is only for inmates, it just would never belong to him. Eureka! Prisoners aren't able to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound. What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. Oh, actually, that makes sense. I wasn't thinking, I completely forgot. He was in fact in the holding cell, so he wouldn't have activated the sensor system at all, because he has no bracelet. And yet, here we have a rubber glove of the kind issued to inmates. It's a clear contradiction. So where did the glove come from, sir? I don't know, detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know for now is that the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. Well then... You, apart from prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison after all. Prisoners and guards are pretty much all there is. Mr. Fender, Come on, don't play like that, friend. We would know that's not true. We know as well as I do that prisoner and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Uh-huh. Oh, do you mean? But sir, there. Mr. Fender, will you care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What? You don't have a pair of peepers in that hot hair of yours? You didn't see them on the way in? Wandering around in the corridors, chilling with their butts. But if you must it out of the door right now, you trip over one of them before you take the step. Listen, pal, we had just about enough of your balloony. Take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. You know, for such a white fella, you have a very narrow mind. What did you... Hold it! Detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just swallow me, okay? Seeing is believing, isn't that what they say? Dog? Mark 27, 11:06 a.m. Prison, corridor. This is no... Oh. I didn't touch that. Here, you must share their space with some special friends. Animals. It is indeed no ordinary prison. Actually, is that what he said? Yeah, this is no ordinary slammer. Ah, he isn't a slammer. I see. Animals? Yep, furred and feather fellas of all shapes and sizes. Can't feel mean on how it came about. Seems I decided to try a little experiment in animal therapy a few years back. The cons are assigned a critter each, a body to help keep their spirits up. Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun! Plus, inmates can even earn pet care qualifications if they go through some job training with the animals. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. You got it, room set up specially for that training stuff. So, when you said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime... Exactamundo, big guy, I was talking about these guys. That just means you're still talking balloony. What would an animal do with a rubber glove? Good question. All I'm saying is that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edwards, sir, if you want me to arrest this piece of balloony, just say the word. Let me get this straight. Are you saying these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know the sensors on the doors. They detect the prisoner's bracelets and sound the alarm when somebody goes walkabout. Well, for furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up. They are. Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin, around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila. What? Doesn't it hurt? No, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now, where was I? Alright, so the point is they're not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. It's ironic, really. Here in this institution where the humans are caged, the animals are free to roam to their heart's content. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sensor on the big mother of a door out, you see? Ah. Huh? What's a tingling sound? Sir? Evil dog! You just look at that thing, and is that a bell around its leg? That explains the sound, I suppose. Edward, you're not gonna pick up a fight with a dog, please. Edward is just like me for real. Mr. Edward, were you seriously trying to stare it down? I refuse to lose to a dog! God fucking damn it, Edward. Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat them right. Come on now, come to Gummy. Man, ignored by a dog. That dog was certainly very different to the other animals. And it seems to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alrighty then, you've met the menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed, we need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found. And let's start with that guy. Hey, you there in the cell. God damn it. Ignored again. Hello? We were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident. Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy? Not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man, I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a hug to break the ice. Seconds out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's a hugging type. I am cool with that. Round 1, 10 reps each. Is that the dog? That's the cutest dog. I love that dog. That dog looks so silly. What is this man up to? Edward, he's clearly a boxer. I'd better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? From the blue corner is Rocco D259 Carcerato. Really? Your last name is Carcerato? Don't mind if I keep moving, do ya, boss? Fighters can't let his heart rate drop, see? It doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry you'll lose too much weight doing all that. Gotta make weight before a fight, boss. Won't even make it into the ring if you don't. So you're... Wait, I get it. You're gonna be a boxer, right? Was, back in the day. But it's good to stay fighting fit. Least ways, that's how I see it. So is the bear part of your training too? Looks kinda like an apron. It's so cute. Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. It's my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes. Why do they have a polar bear? Like other stuff? Yeah, sure. Like bunnies, dogs, cats, a pony, I guess. Why do they have a polar bear in this prison? This is not just human rights violations. I'm pretty sure this is animal rights violations that we're doing in this prison. He seems to have loosened up a little bit. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident? Come on, boss, I ain't no stoolie. And I don't know nothing about know-how. I'll be the judge of that. Please answer the question. You punch drunk or something, boss? I told ya, I don't know sip. So he won't play ball. Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Mr. Edward? Indeed. The more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am that he's hiding something. Alright, let's see exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerato? Now let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. When my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. Plus, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements and bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him. My chest. Why don't you start by telling me what you've done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerato. What? You wanna shut at the champ? Is that it? Then put him up, pal. Joining the tower already? That's gonna be a record. Fisticuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? Yeah, think I don't got the stamina, kid? Oh, you just try me. I ain't tired. Not today. Not ever. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat. Really? You look pretty sweaty to me. Give me a break, will ya? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah, real tired. You may have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerato, but I'm afraid your line needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Oof. We gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You try asking him about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside his cell. I want you to use my fist in this next round. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. Edward, stop trying to sound cool, you're an nerd. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? Hey, get the heck out of the ring if you're not gonna fight. I need to attack more if I'm doing... God damn it. Yeah, Okay, let's try again. Haven't you noticed yet? You're backed into a corner here. Oh, come on, that... maybe I need something from the other one. I guess I better knock some sense into... Okay, yeah, okay. Wait, I didn't read that. Oh, god damn it. I pressed the fast one. That's not what I meant. Okay. Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was catching some seas. We both was. The incident happened only a short while ago. You seem wide awake, all things considered. But he's gonna be able to get up quick when he's down. But he needs his beauty sleep too. Builds muscle. Is that so? Then I apologize for waking you. I have read that rest is an important part of any boxer's training regimen. I don't say. Mr. Prosecutor's so savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the corridor. Which means you weren't asleep and that you are lying again. You're good, kid. Cut me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it. I wasn't catching no C's. But what? A guy can't work out in his cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact that we now know he was awake is an important development. It could prove to be a useful clue. Okay, yeah, this is the same. Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. Time to deploy my clue. Enough of your barefaced lies. You weren't asleep, you were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Oof. A counterpunch, huh? Should have seen that one coming. It seems to have you on the ropes, Mr. Carcerato. It's time to come clean about what you know. Alright, you're gonna shut about it. Stomping around like you out in the place. Daddy and his pals have been scared enough this morning already. You've done well to endure this long, but I figure you'll soon be out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Carcerato? Eck. I love this polar bear, he's so cute. Quit it, will ya? I'm getting shellacked here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud, real scared. Got all the little guys scared too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Checkmate. Mantis. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Fine, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edward! Let's not get carried away, Kay. Our work here has only just begun. Hey, can we call a timeout here for a sec, guys? There's something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here today after all these years, Edward. It is a real privilege watching how you work. Eye-opening stuff, in fact. Just so you should know, I'll be telling you know who when you become. Who know who? Keen to get the lowdown, huh? Well... That's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. Play so sensitive. Report whatever you wish to whoever you wish. Just do it on somebody else's time. Whatever you say, bossman. But I think he should know at least. You know, how you've been living your life since you signed on to doing things the Von Karma way. After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already, am I right? What's he talking about, Mr. Edward? Nothing that need concern you, Kay. Our focus should be on Mr. Carcerato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last. You won't land a glove on me, kid. For fuck's sake. Really? There was a show, finished around 10 AM. Came back here after, need me some training. Leastways, I tried to. Barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screamed, "What the hell?" I was hollering and howling, crying for help. What can I do? I'm locum in here, right? So I tunes it out, and I get back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I said, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is the joint. Don't nobody thank nobody for getting involved in what ain't none of their concern. I hear ya, brother. Best you could do is rubberneck from in there anyway, am I right? You mentioned training, Mr. Carcerato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy. The fixer, they call him. What's a fixer? Oh, okay, I'm gonna need a couple of hours to explain what fixers are. Just saying. Fella who can get his hands on just about anything you need for a price. No way, think he can get... Perhaps, Mr. Carcerato, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony. Because I can promise you that you'll be down for the count in one. You, put me down? Try it, you bum. And what am I, chop liver? Yes, you are. You are in fact chop liver to me.
Hold it!
What kind of show was it exactly? Depends on the day. They bring him from outside, see singers, dancers, all kinds. Give us constantly something to look forward to. Nice, that sounds like fun. And you went along to see today's show. Sure I did. Got me a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world now, can't I? And it was over.
Hold it!
What did this training involve? Let's see now. Today was stamina and rhythm work, which means jump rope. What? In that tiny cell? How? And what about Daddy? Isn't that dangerous for him? He's no dummy. I'm gonna get my rope and he jumps up and holds on tight. You jump rope with a polar bear clinging to your chest. Edward, the fact that there's a polar bear in this prison is, I think, a bigger issue. I told you I didn't add we're partners, and besides, a little extra weight's good for me. Anyway, I started jumping rope.
Hold it!
Tell us more about the scream you heard. It was the scream of a guy about to scream his last. And I should know. Whoa, whoa there, good buddy. There's a diamond place, you know? So it was clearly audible. Guy backed into a corner, fighting for his life. You ever hear something like that, boss? Well, I have, and yeah, it was clearly audible.
Hold it!
And that's all you heard. There was nothing else. Nope, nothing much anyhow. So there was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me. Ah, I do, huh? Why don't you come on over here and I'll see if I can make you squeal like he did. Whoa, 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 forgive the kid here. He doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles, apologize to the good man. But this is clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague. Look, Fred, how about you let it slide? Please, for me. So yeah, I had the voice, like I said.
Hold it!
You were able to concentrate on your training even after hearing all that screaming. Look, if we was on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd seen what I could do. But this ain't the outside. I can't go no place, even if I wants to. And you didn't think to slip out from yourself to go sneak a peek? I don't think anybody else would have thought of doing that except you, Kay. Damn. I don't know if that's a burn on the inmates or a burn on Kay, but it is definitely a burn. Like, damn, bitch. If only this wasn't a prison, Mr. Knight might have lived. I somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him. What? But if somebody could have just gotten to him in time? Mr. Caserato is clearly lying. What I don't understand is why. Let's see what I can uncover by pointing out the contradiction in his testimony. Yeah, because like, he was probably killed instantaneously. And even if he didn't die instantaneously, like, a stab wound on the throat would not let you really scream, I feel. Oh, wrong button.
Objection!
You listen carefully, Mr. Carcerato. Huh? You trying to be cute or something? He's always cute. I wish Edward had the mind and spirit to say, I'm always cute. The victim died from a wound to the throat, and very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. You say you heard the victim's cries, and yeah, that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream. He said there was. He said there was? Yeah, quit looking so smug, will ya? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the next cell did. He told me so. The next cell? You mean... Huh? What do you want? I heard a scream, what of it? We came back from the show and they put us in our cells same as always. Then just like I told this guy, I heard a scream. A real scary one. Scary how, exactly? They didn't tell him this part, I guess, but he was kinda like... Eek! Anyone, come quickly! He's... something like that. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Ah, that explains it. So Mr. Caserato was telling the truth, more or less. Is that really the case, though? Are there really no problems with his testimony? I mean... I feel like there is an issue. Something about this just doesn't fit. I'm not entirely sure where. Like, I need to think. Like, clearly he didn't hear the screaming, so he just invented that part. Oh, right, wait. How did he not hear the screaming then? Like, he was awake, he was training, and the other guy heard it. but he didn't hear the scream when they found the body. That makes no sense. I'm afraid a new problem has reared its head. Namely, why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Garcerato? Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when your neighbor had it clear as day? Ah. Eek! Oh, you think I did a crime or something, huh? From inside of this here cell? I died over in the workshop in case you forgot. Well, yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right, neither of us could have done it. Because, let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder someone, you'd all be toast. Eek! Ain't that the truth? Your bums ain't leaving this place in one piece if any of us gonna help it. I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edward. What's my next move here? I won't get much more out of them in this state. Who's there? Is that smug-looking guy that everybody jokes about? Order in the court. Poopa. Who died and made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're kind of busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. It is? Your hand, if you please. By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be. A simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. God, if you would. Looks like you'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Any place but there. Yeah, that's like a crime. Like a crime against human rights. There is no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing, a chance to redeem yourself. To be reborn. Oh my god, she's like a religious nut. That was not what I expected of the character. I've seen images of this woman. I've never seen anything about her. I was not expecting bishop-style judge lady. No! Oh, he's getting pulled. Oh, goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. Oh, Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are? Verity Gavel, at your service. Her name is a play on Gavel. Of course, it's a play on Gavel. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is a judge doing in a place like this? Since you ask, Mr. Edward, I have been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, and it is my sacred duty to deliver it. The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? What the heck is that? It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child. But it is a sacred phrase from the Goddess of Justice herself. Why don't I fill you in, kiddo? The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edward here don't cross the professional line, even though they do it all the time thinking about karma. Sorry about mentioning him again, Edward. It's just, you know, he's a good example. The panel is comprised of people from both the legal and political professions, which technically makes no sense because why are politicians there? That seems like it would have caused an abuse of power, when you think about it. A panel of which you are a member, I assume. I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service. Thanks for coming to see us, ladies. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with a judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here. Need I remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association? Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them. Precisely, my child. Praise be to the Goddess of Justice for bestowing her gift of insight onto you. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge. And what does the committee for prosecutory, whatever you said, want with Mr. Edward? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Beautiful. You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. Oh, I'm gonna want to slap you in the face the entire time. Don't I? You have stupid hair. You have a stupid auge that looks like a question mark. Who do you think you are, Hot Library of Ruina? And you look like someone who would suffer from NTR his entire life. He's pathetic. And who are you, pal? Winner. Eustace Winner. Prosecutor extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down at the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. Eustace, hon, I hate to break this to you, but it's definitely not with great affection. I think it's with the opposite of affection, if you will. I have never heard of you. And how about Detective Flatfoot over there? Nope. Name means nothing to me. Huh. Well, it has to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say, so I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner, and I don't think sweet nothings mean what you think it means. God, he's so fucking stupid. It is entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us just last month. So he's nothing but a rookie? I'm not just any rookie. I am a winning rookie. Which he will prove himself to be in due time. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edward. What do you mean? What mess? I fear I know exactly what he means. The committee is sending an envoy with a new prosecutor in tow. I suspect I know where you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Cavell? Very well. By the power vested in me by the Goddess of Justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident of the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edward be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. What? Mr. Edward is off the case? Just like that? Judge Gavel, I believe I asked for an explanation. No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in. The goddess has spoken and her judgment is final.
Objection!
And what exactly have I done to warrant being taken off the case? Come now, Mr. Edward. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality, and while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning. You were one grown move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement.
Objection!
I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned, but there is also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to strive at the truth. To arrive at the truth, rather. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate. Also, to be fair, the president thanked us and gave us permission to do shit. So technically, it was fine, because the president said so.
Overruled!
Then what are you saying? Then what you're saying is that the ends justify the means, that rules can be freely ignored. That is a very dangerous way of thinking. Ma'am, I don't trust that you have like that hammer so close to me and also stretched like that. Why do you play with a hammer like that? Oh wait, is it cricket? Don't you play cricket with hammers like that? Does she double that as a cricket bat? The law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims. No, actually, the law is generally unfair and made by people with power, which means that usually it screws with people who have less power, which sometimes mean, and by sometimes I mean a lot of the time, means innocent people. So the fact that the law kind of sucks means that it's there just to help you not, you know, commit atrocities, but sometimes the violation of a law is necessary for the sake of the good of the people. Like, laws basically exist for human convivency to work, so like society can work without us like murdering each other all the time, and is there to punish actions that could like destroy the, you know, social order. But sometimes the law itself is part of the reason why the social order gets destroyed, so you know, the law is not always good. Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changed nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing that is but to give thanks for the goddess of justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal. To do so would be to risk your badge, of course. So they mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa, tough break, Edward. I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you would be so kind as to escort him out. No, stop! What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge here, so you'll do as I say and move it out of the way. What? You're not the boss of me? And luckily for you, Flatfoot, that's exactly what I am. They're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Wiener says. But sir! Judge Gavel. Yes, Mr. Edward? The committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appeal. You haven't heard the last of these, and you have not heard the last of me. Duly noted. Until we meet again, then. Let's go, okay? We're leaving. Right. What can I do? Oh, hi, Polly. Look, it's Polly. It's Polly from the first game. It's there on the cell, like right at the end. Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all of this. Damn. Well, goddammit, we got screwed. Damn it, foiled by that stupid teenager. March 28, 9:45 AM. High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. Or 1202. Depends on how you like it. I still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible, the way those two treated you. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edward. The committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edward be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Wiener. Here ends the verdict. Judge Capella and Mr. Wiener certainly didn't mince their words, but that's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about the committee's reasons for doing what they did, and what they might do next. I suspect it won't be good. To Mr. Edward, are you listening to me? Huh? Yes, of course. So this is it? You're giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tacitly accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, detective? I got some bad news, sir. We're down at the proceedings. They just arrested somebody for Knight's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I held her being held in the detention center. Maybe you could go talk to whoever it is? Good idea. Let's get down there, Mr. Edward. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I can still pay a suspect an innocent visit. Alright, we're on our way. Me too, I'll see you there, sir. But won't you be missed, detective? Nah, everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Who cares? Good, then we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir! Come on, Kay, let's go. You got it! March 28, 11:23 a.m. Detention Center. Visitors room. Still no sign of them, huh? Indeed. Wait, this is just like last time! Please don't tempt fate like that. No, I can't. I just can't. Surely you can. I told you, it's just a pair of visitors. Hmm? Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us. No. Just talk with them, please. But one of them's a prosecutor, right? Aren't they all super scary? All they do is stare at you, right into your soul. You must be the suspect in the... See? I told you! Okay, why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you, but I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing. Hey, Mr. Suspect, you doing okay in there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right? Who are you? I'm Karen Faraday, Mr. Edward's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though. Funny, I don't recall ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edward. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stare a hole into your soul or anything. Oh, please. Really? Really? Anyway, can you first please tell us your name? It's Saint. Simeon Saint. Well, nice to meet you, Simeon. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does. Prosecutor Mice Edward, I would like to ask you a few questions if I may. Please, Simeon, we're trying to help you, I promise. Really? Thanks to Kay, it sounds like we might finally get some answers at least. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Who, me? But why would anyone want to know anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Do you have a job? Oh, well, it's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate person, pusher just like everybody else, honest. This is going to take a while. About you and Mr. Knight. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay. So, Simeon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you can tell me. I just noticed he's doing the, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil monkey thing, which, yeah, okay. His name is Simeon. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. We were friends. Interesting, I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested. And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him. He came to see Knight. I wonder when that would have been. And when was that, Simeon? It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. The police call him? Why? How come the police call you? They said Bronco asked them to, that he needed a favor. A favor? Uh-huh, he wanted me to bring him his chess set, the pocket-sized one. So I went by his place, and then I came here. A chess set. A chess set? Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? You do know everything you think is written all over your face, right, Mr. Edward? Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you love having a sidekick as helpful as me? And have you read what my next movie is going to be? I sure have. There's something you want to show Simeon. Indeed. Let's resonate to him and see what he has to say about it. So, this chess set. Oh, that's the one I wrote for Bronco. Well, that settles that at least. We, found it next to Mr. Knight. You always had to have a chessboard somewhere nearby. I'm not surprised he had it with him when he... Simeon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you? Yeah, we were best friends. At least I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it such a shock for me to find out he had killed someone? It's not easy discovering that someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime, especially when that person is your mentor and he killed your dad, and then basically mentor you as revenge for your dad fucking him over. It's a very bitter pill to swallow indeed. How could it all end like this? I could never have imagined something so awful. Something's not right here, Mr. Edward. There's just no way Simeon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. I wonder what grounds they had for doing so. Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint? I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Well, he answered you, Mr. Edward. I guess he's not scared of you anymore. Thank goodness for small miracles. The cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here. This policeman, was there a prosecutor with them? Yes, some kid now named the Winner or something. The rookie, I thought as much. So, did they interrogate you yet? What? I'm going to be interrogated by the cops? Well, yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. No. One of the detectives shot at me and threatened me and oh. My honest reaction. They're always these sulking guys, right? Who get in your face and force you to... Detective Dick Gunshot reported for duty. See, I told you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't crush me with those huge arms. I think he's into it. No, please. I'm calling the cops. He's the cops. What's up with this guy, Mr. Edward? Nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are. Huh? I don't get it, sir. Look, Mr. Edward, Simeon is clearly innocent. So there's gotta be something we can do for him, isn't there? Mr. Saint. Yes? You were Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago you came to visit him. You had nothing at all to do with his murder. Is my understanding correct? Yes, I didn't kill anybody. Very well, then I will choose to believe you, and I will do all that I can to assist you. Huh? But why would you help a nobody like me? Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. I have something of a personal interest in this case. I'm gonna screw with that religious nut, and I'm gonna put that stupid kid in his place, and I'm gonna enjoy it so much. That's right, it's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct an investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited, and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint. Your information will be invaluable going forward. In other words, let's see if we can help one another out, shall we? I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an attorney's badge? Then you could represent our pal here. Now's not the time for jokes, Gummy. I mean, Mr. Edward is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended on it. But I wasn't kidding. Also, he did defend someone once, and it was pretty decent. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect. Eek. But you needn't worry. I believe you, or at least I have decided to try, for now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return. If nothing else, it might help you to feel a little less alone. Now, if you'll excuse me. See? Like, Edward is actually really nice when he tries. He's just very awkward about it, but he does care. He does give a shit. Again, just super awkward about it. March 28, 11:22 a.m. Detention Center, corridor. So, we talked a good game in there, but we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime. Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all. Kami can't defend for his life, remember? Who do we have here? Oh, goddammit, it's this guy. If it isn't Edward and the gang, what are you cats doing here? Listen, pal, if you come to harass Mr. Edward again, I'll... Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Sholmes. Flatfoot Sholmes? Oh, god damn it! Sherlock Sholmes strikes again. I haven't even played that game yet. I'm here to work. Work? What, you're here to defend somebody? Whoa, the K-Meister nails it in one! Aren't you just the uber-intelligentest of one of the bunch? Uber-intelligentest? That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue about town, but I'm actually not a how-bad attorney. Which is why I've been summoned to the old Jelly for a meeting with a new client. The suspect is one Simone Sainsbury. You mean Simeon Saint? Well, that's freaky. You know more about my job than I do. Wait, Mr. Edward, Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I fear I might be. In fact, it could be your only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to work my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have a little choice. Fender, Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fendon doesn't take on associates. Days though, I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are a no-go. Especially those of the Von Karma variety. I should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about all things Von Karma. But please believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. And also, just so you know, Von Karma is in jail and or has been killed by the state. Execution style. I mean, he's being executed for his crimes. That's what I mean. You better believe it, pal. Mr. Edward's a changed man. Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore. I do have feelings, detective. Kami's right. Mr. Edward's one of the good guys now. He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero. He got me off the hook just last month. You don't say. Well, that escalated quickly. But he was. There's no other word for it. He was heroic, great thiefly even. Please, Fender. Don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case that meets the eye. Even maybe robots in disguise. I'm certain of it. I can't just walk away from this. I can't. Please, allow me to help you with this investigation. Sheesh. Above from the great mindset, but... Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So lie to me, you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, I suppose I would have to say decorum itself. I have experienced so many things and met so many people there within its four walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could I not change a person? Oh no, so my boyfriend, do you wanna meet my boyfriend? Phoenix Wright, he's a defense attorney. Do you wanna meet my boyfriend? He's pretty cool. He is actually an ace attorney. Well, I'll be. The OU would never have bared his soul like that. That was beautiful. You might have even been surprised. You might have even surprised you know who, and you know how much that takes. Hey, what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start again with a clean slate. So, this is me. We're in Code Law Office, Eddie Fender Senior Partner. Edward? That's right, Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edward. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So, you know who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is... That clever Kingmaker nails it in one yet again. That's right, I was talking about his old man. Guess you all noticed I gave his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edward, Miles, I'm going to level you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. I can't just forget about all those years you spent licking on Karma's boots, you know? Anyone can say they've changed. I'm going to need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregory would have wanted. Very well, I accept. Okay, then that's enough horrible for one day. Let's move on to the fun stuff. I reappoint you interim associate of Edward & Co. Congrats, man. I will try not to let you down. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? The prodigal son coming on board at his late father's firm. Permission to come on board too, please, Mr. Fender. You don't even have to ask it. Welcome to the crew. Woohoo, Captain. Alright, I guess it's time to go to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted? Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. I believe we need to speak with the person who found the body. That's what I was thinking here, associate. We do indeed. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going. What about me? I'm a detective. I can't just hop on board as an attorney's assistant like you guys. He has a point. I can't let him drift alone his own now, can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You are in a uniquely powerful position, Detective, and I'm going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir! I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. Trust me, I know. But just this one, those loose lips of yours might be what serves our ship. Throw wide the brazen gates, good sirs, because here we come. Well, let's see what happens. March 28, 11:50 AM. Prison. Corridor. Oh, any idea how we track down whoever found the Bronxer's body, Miles? I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Don't you dare. Who is this? Excuse me, but... Oh, my, just look at you. Are you talking to, me? Just fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair is so very Ocaran. Don't you think? Enchanté, mademoiselle, and much obliged. Defense attorney, defender at your service. Let's get things on the right foot, shall we? A little embrace, perhaps? Oh, I like the sound of that. God damn it, we're getting French twice the amount. Dude. Right on the key, sir. Well, how has those one great a new friend? A little smoochie's entirety de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss! Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too, sure. He's so not into this. Fifi Lagarde, by the way. Warden of this charming abode. God fucking damn it, her name is Lagarde. She's a card person. The names on this one are getting to me. You may call me Fifi, of course. So she's the warden of the entire detention center and prison facility, is she? Wait, why do they have only one warden? That seems really unsafe. They should have at least like a couple. Also, that mink that she has around her neck is alive. We love to see that. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. Mouse Edward. I'm an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prisons yesterday? Ah, oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day after all. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. Now, yesterday the Sinkers came to visit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! No, not the circus guys! Not those guys! They're gonna destroy my throat! Like, doing the voices, I mean. It was simply a spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. That's animal abuse. Anyone who was anyone had to be there. If you were here at home, you were watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We are one very lucky family. I never know how to pronounce that. God damn it, why did they have to speak French? I hate reading French. Like, if I see it, I can kind of understand what it says. But I cannot speak it. And I cannot read it out loud. Like, I guess I can read it, but I can't read it out loud. So she was at the circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Carcerato mentioned a show yesterday as well. He must have been talking about the same thing. What time did this show take place? From around 8 until 10 maybe? Yeah, something like that. I mean, it finished right around when the body was discovered. And by a dint of having attended the show, she has a reasonably solid alibi. Oh, will you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I really must dash. Feel free to explore her home, mi casa, su casa, and all that. Ciao for now. Well now, Mr. Edward. The person who found the body screamed, and that scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate and see where his information will take us next. Okay, but I need to see Polly. Really? Edward, you are not gonna comment on Polly? Polly's right there. Edward. How do you not... Edward, how could you not comment on Polly? She's very important. They even have ponies. This one's only big enough to carry a small child. Isn't this great, Mr. Edward? It's like being at the zoo. Except it's the humans, not the animals who live in captivity here. No one would mind if I took one home with me, would they? If by home you mean behind bars, then no, I suppose not. Piggy! It's a mini pig, I believe, though not for eating, I hope. Isn't this great, Mr. Edward? Okay, it's the same as before. They have monkey. Bunny! Why is there a rabbit just... I nearly tripped over it. Cat. You have a moment. We have a few questions for you. Who's a good girl? You are. You're just perfect. She really is. She's beautiful. Meow! He's finally noticed me, I think. I was wondering, what's her name? It's Wuggy, ma'am. She's my little friend. Yes, right, as you were then. What I need are answers, no clawful puns. I love cat. and monkey. Look, Mr. Edward, it's a monkey fountain. A monkey mountain, rather. Yes, a fountain. Not something I ever expected to see in a prison, I must say. Doesn't it look fun? Not in the least. And while we are on the subject, you are not under any circumstances to climb on that structure. Do I make myself clear? But I have to show that monkey who's boss. Please, Kay, you really don't. God damn it, you people. Actually, there's something written here. It seems to be about the prisoner in this cell. Prisoner number D258. Classification Captivus Periculosus. He may look fearful. He may look fearsome, but this lively fellow is actually a sweet-natured herbivore. He even has a pet penguin named Winnie. His skill at giving such real, gripping testimony, you'll swear you were there at the crime scene too. The end. It's the kind of thing you might expect to read in a zoo or a prison. God, that's fucked up. Oh, it's a blurb about the guy in this cell. Let's see what it says. Prisoner number D259. Classification Habitat. The cell to the right. Not exactly helpful, is it? This grizzly fellow has a pet polar bear called Teddy. A little on the nose. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is always at optimum fighting weight. He may push his body to the max, but he's relentlessly kind to himself. Omnivore. Who exactly is all this information for anyway? About the person who found the body, do you happen to know where he is right now? You'll be in one of the workshops, I guess. Usually it's at this hour. And it seems the workshops are our next port of call. I can see the crime scene through the window in this door. Mr. Edward, you can't just show your whole face in front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like, steal a few good looks while keeping a lookout for your enemies. I am not a criminal, Kay, so why should I have to behave like one? Sheesh, I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique. I have no need for any such technique, thank you very much. Hello? Anyone in there? Nice try, kiddo, but this isn't a bathroom stall. Yo, you there, could you help us out here, my good man? Yes, sir, what can I do for you? Is somebody using this workshop right now? Yes, sir, one of the prisoners is in there. I just confirmed it myself during the noontime roll call. We'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's alright. Sure, I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. This one's all yours, my lazy boy. What? Why? I just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah? And I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come. Oh my god, he's back. I never thought I would see you again. I haven't seen you since the first game. I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of awkward. It's like super awkward. Yeah, actually this is very awkward. Hello, yes, hello. I hear you wish to speak with me? Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? My name is Miles Edward. I'm a public prosecutor. A prosecutor, you say? A defender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here, he gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor indeed, that'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles got a grape, will ya? He's right, I mustn't forget that I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being. That explains it. I did think you look a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. He's already spoken to Winner. Would you mind answering a few questions? No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name's Sowit. Frank Sowit. This witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Soet, you are no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time of the body was found? Yes, I was in the workshop, in that workshop there, working as one might expect. I'm trying to read what the entire words on his apron says. Is Bow Wow Tila see, can't finish, like the arm is just right in the middle. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see. A pet stylist, that is. Yes, so I've been studying hard. I'm practicing every moment I can. An unusual field of study within an unusual prison, I suppose. Oh, there it is. Tilacinus. Bow Wow Tilacinus. And that's it. I certainly didn't see anything. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets. So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry.
Hold it!
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Soet, but this interview has only just begun. I mean, even if you were to ask me, you know something, don't you? That's... He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers. Mind chess? Mind chess? Mind chess? Mind chess. The first step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent. 3! Oh, this is the first time that we had with 3. I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid. Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much at all from his face. Just wait until he gets very nervous. And I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues either. I have to rely solely on his words instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell. Chess. Tell me, what's your connection to this incident? Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing to do with me. Nothing. Really? I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Well, you see, how can I put this? Well, I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen. A good person, if you will. Forgive me, Mr. Soet, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison. That's... So you do well to tell me what you know about the incident. How many times do I have to tell you people? I mean, I don't know anything, I swear. Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you. My apologies, Mr. Soet. Considering that the incident occurred right here in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all. Well, yes, I suppose I can see it might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere. Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something you're not telling me after all? No, I just sense that who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training. I don't know anything, truly. There's no doubt about it now. This man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. My opponent is very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you have nothing to hide, right? Well, I am the day of the incident. Gosh, I mean, so much happened. I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Soet, in detail. I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training, and that's what I was doing yesterday, training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim. You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I would imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here. Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but... Hey, if you don't have anything to ask me, I do need to be going. Ah, god damn it. Perhaps a little more proactivity is called for. I thought maybe he would say something. Okay, same as before. You heard someone. Was it someone screaming by any chance? Don't try to tell me you don't remember. You continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Soed, but I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it. Ah. No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't really remember. The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder might well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Okay, this is the same as before. So I need to use this one. How was it like here in the prison yesterday morning? I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid. Time to deploy my clue. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is, I really don't remember. Your memory fails you yet again. How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Soed. Oh, there you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Should I... Look, you must know. When I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see. Am I to understand you have something of a talent for animal grooming then? Well, my sister technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared. Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often. Well, that's... No, thankfully it doesn't. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? Was it you're hiding? But what is it you're hiding, Mr. Soed? Tell me! I kinda saw you. I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I did really hear somebody scream, but I'm not hiding anything. I promise. The mask is finally beginning to crack. Now to show you completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Soed. That hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. Oh, he learned that the hard way with Phoenix, sweetie. He's just, you know, screwing himself again. When did you hear this scream? Oh, wait, now I remember. I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning. So now you wish to claim that you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. And you're gonna go, and you're gonna do, what are you gonna do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed. It did it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see? Let me think. A whale? Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you? Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Soed wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. Oh, let me try another. Oh, okay. Who did you hear screaming? Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard. Yes. So, I didn't hear anyone screaming. No one at all. Dude. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? They're not even good. I already know that you were at the show. The game's up, Mr. Soed. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about the scream. Now. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear any scream. Not from the person who found the body. curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body, hmm? Ah! I made a mistake, that's all. Oh, Mr. Sowit. How do you know that it was the person that found the body who screamed? It's Shall I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you. Yeah. How do you? Ah. It's true. I admit it. But what gives you the right to treat people like this? Ah, checkmate. I'm so good at mental chess. Now that we've established that you were the one who found the body, Mr. Sowit, I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation. Alright, you win. But I'm sure I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time. That's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision I make is to ensure that end. Except that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth, we're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant. Well, the game master said, you need to listen to the kid more, you know? A client has requested the services of Edward & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being is taking a back seat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people, so I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah? This will take some getting used to. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Sowit, I am asking once more, what happened when you found the body? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I was in the workshop there by myself practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window, and then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found. Yes, that's right. I was in Workshop B. And you were there the whole day. Yes, from 7 AM roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 AM, noon, and 9 PM. And they check who's in the workshops during roll call, correct? That's right. Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 AM. Which means that Knight's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. Guess that means the murder took place after 7 AM. Which puts it right around the time the show was happening. Ah yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it. And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Sowit? I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear. There's a clear contradiction in Mr. Sowit's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority. It's actually pretty obvious. Like, I don't know if I could just present it. But like, you clearly cannot see the body in that, like, tiny window. The question is if I have to, like, press first? I think I might press body statements just in case. And then I'll try to, present the evidence. Does that mean you didn't get a good look inside? No, I couldn't. The window was not only small, but it had bars over it, you see. Not exactly a panoramic view. They're just so the guys can check on what's going on, right? That's right, yes. You're a very knowledgeable young lady. You bet. I guess you could say I know a little something about prisons now, too. I'll have to remind myself to address this newfound interest later. Anyway, yes, I peek in through the little window in the workshop door.
Hold it!
Could you tell right away if it was a man or a woman? It was clearly a man. His physique, his clothes. It was also very clear that he was dead. You could tell just by peeking through the little window. Look, let's just say this wasn't my first dead body. What? You mean you're in prison for... Yes, he's in prison for murder. To my eternal shame, yes. This was, however, the first time I had seen another person's handiwork up close, so... Oh. God damn it, He presented himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Even what he is, things couldn't have happened as he claims. The contradiction in his testimony is as clear as day. You just need to present the evidence that proves it. Yeah, okay. It has to be the building layout, because clearly he couldn't see the body from there. He had to actually have gotten in.
Objection!
You kidding me? Is not that statement? Or is not that evidence? Like, what else could it be? Like, let me think about it first. Like, what else could it be? What am I missing? No, really, what am I missing here? Like... Because, like, he shouldn't have been able to see it from that window. Like, don't fuck with me. That seems unlikely. Rocco... Oh wait, the door sensors. I'm an idiot. It's just a contradiction between your testimony and the evidence at hand. Contradiction, really. I'm afraid I don't quite follow. You're not just saying the first thing that pops into your head, are you? Actually, my reasoning was very solid, but it wasn't what the game wanted. Was that an attempt at a bluff, my Lizarino? Because he called it pretty good. Still, don't let it mess with your mojo. There's always next time. Yes. Comforted like a child by Fender. How mortifying. So, wait, is it the first or the second, like, is it the third or the second statement that I should be pressing in this situation? Or, like, I should present in something? I guess it could work on both, because technically he shouldn't, like, have been able to get out, like, either one is technically correct. It's a problem with this game, like, unlike Ace Attorney, like the main series, it's not like there's a single... Sometimes there's multiple things that you can present, or multiple statements where you can present stuff. It's barely any difference, but they both count, so...
Objection!
But yeah, no, it's the door, so that makes sense. Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Soet. I'm afraid you've rather lost sight of what you are. A criminal. Criminal. I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's training to be a pet stylist. But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? A bracelet marks you as a prisoner and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm. Well, that's there's no way you could have looked into the other workshop without leaving the room you were in. Stylishly done, Ejiru. But doesn't this mean that Mr. Soet couldn't have found the body then? Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mr. Soet himself can explain. So actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that. I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like. By all means, go ahead. That's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean on without triggering the alarm. So I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. So he's saying... he was able to take a look at the... look next door because he had kept his arm inside workshop B as he leaned out. Please don't tell anyone about our little trick, especially not the guards. Please! Is this it? Is this all he was hiding? I better dig a little deeper into his testimony just in case. Like... that makes sense? Like, that's the thing. Like, I guess if it's just a bracelet. But wouldn't it make more sense? Like, wouldn't it make more sense that he knew a way of how to take the thing off? Let's see.
Hold it!
I suppose it allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom. It does. To be honest, it's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore. A rather surprising source of joy, but rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it? But I am remorseful, I always am. I'm a model prisoner after all. I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. So use this trick to peek through the window. That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned out into the corridor. Why do you make such an effort just to take a look? Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door. And that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange. Sorry, I had to sneeze. And you went to look as soon as you heard it. God damn. It's like my body wants to die on me. And you went to look as soon as you heard these noises. Yes, of course. I had to see what was going on, so I went right away. I see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Sowit just said? Yeah. You claim that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. You got him quacking in his books, Mr. Edward. Mr. Sowit, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent. But it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it. Just tell us what you saw. Alright. It was... the dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. The beast. That awful beast. He killed him. Suddenly I don't feel so good. Yeepers creepers, that's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible. Now you know why I couldn't help but scream. So there's a man-eating dog in the prison's animal population, is there? He doesn't seem to like me very much. Yeah, agreed. And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you? For now, this one seems too far-fetched a lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony, if you don't mind. Very well.
Hold it!
You sure this black dog was biting the victim's throat? Yes, there was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping when he done. Whoa, spare us the gory details, will you? You're a defense attorney. You gotta be used to see bodies. What about the victim? Was he... Eek! Don't say it. Do you really need to ask him that, Mr. Edward? Oh, okay. What was that punch for? I'm on your side here. He wasn't moving at all. He was just laying there. Meaning he was already dead. There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a nail. I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger. Just lifeless. Eek! Enough already! Why do you have to go into every little detail like that? To give you a nice and accurate testimony, that is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I said to my testimony, Mr. Edward? Please do. It was awful, I tell you. Terrible. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. Feature a snowflake motif in relief. That's a new one, and also, how do you see that when he was covered in the tar?
Objection!
Like, we had to move that shit before. A ring with a snowflake relief. Yes, I saw it, clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail. Interesting, your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate. And what's wrong with being too accurate? I mean this, you testified to having seen a ring with a snowflake design on it, and while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger. See, exactly as I said. There is no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. As you can see, the victim's right hand was covered by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier you only took a look through the window in the door. Yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Soet. Who the hell do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot, acting like you know it all. I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. Ah, I know, the man's arm. It was a move under the tarp after I peeked in. Nonsense, you already told us that can't have been the case. He wasn't moving at all. He was just laid there. Meaning he was already dead. You said it yourself that the victim was already dead. A dead man don't move. Dead men don't move, do they? But they do tell tales. Hey, is that the stench of all the desperation I smell? What are you hiding, Mr. Zoe? Tell us. Yeah, you know I Yeah, you're wrong. I know what I saw. Yeah. You couldn't let it go, could you? I had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy to it, associate attorney! It seems the real Mr. Soet has finally revealed himself. Mental image of Edward just calling Phoenix after everything is done, and it's like, yeah, I had to go to prison, they took me out of a case, it sucked, and then I had to talk to this guy. Like, he threw, like, to pay at me. Like, it was super weird. And Phoenix is just like, what's his name, Soet? And I was like, yeah? Why? Well, why? And Phoenix is just like, oh, don't worry about it, just... I'll have your tea when you come home. Don't you worry about it. We'll talk about it later. Whoa, that's quite the rock he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat. Look, I'm just a sweet innocent witness here. But are you really? Because I must say I have doubts, very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? You saw something that should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Soet, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. Inside the workshop.
Take that!
You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring. Ha! Haha! Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body anyway. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over. Minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? Now put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves that I was in the room with the body. I mean, you just said it.
Take that!
You just incriminated yourself with the gloves part. Remind me, Mr. Sowit, what were you doing when you discovered the body? How many times do I was practicing my pet styling techniques. Of course, then perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you. Ah, that's... This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron. No, this one's different.
Hold it!
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it? It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them all over the prison. This doesn't prove anything.
Objection!
Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. It's over.
Objection!
What the? That was pretty right objection, am I right? Please, Fender, now is not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection, because it isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Our man here is a prisoner, right? And he's got one of those bracelets Doohickeys on. That's true, so how could he have left his workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird, he should be clinging onto that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is. In what way? As in, it's the best hope for wing-flinging friend here it's the best hope our wing-flinging friend here has for getting over the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get into the crime scene with the bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't said a peep about it. I wonder what that might be, The sound of silence. I suppose Mr. Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday too. Whoa, you sounded like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender. The worst times are when the lawyers calmly show our bigger smiles. Gregory told me that. He was part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Broken? I fell over a little while back and, you see, and it hit on the floor. After that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see, so your bracelet is broken. Do they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there, could we have a moment? Aw, aren't you just the cutest? Ahem! Meow! How can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Well then. Of course, sir. I trust you'll take good care of it. Sweet! Bracelet sorted. Now to turn our matter in, yeah? What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, Paleo. You were the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were the other inmates really roaming the house while everybody was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body. That's all. I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went into the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, oh, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He was going to rob the corpse. That explains as he remembers Night's Ring in so much detail. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I've never stooped so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. And dropped the glove in your haze, huh? I guess this is all about... I guess this is all just about hands together. Anything that smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Soit is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Well, yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Soit's testimony. Dog. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mr. Soit. Yes? What is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no, there was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person could have watched the show even if he'd wanted to? Yes, how do you? I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday, but this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where is this person's cell? You're going to see him? Who are we talking about here? Him. He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special. Gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him. What? Will you stop trying to scare us all the time? The big shiz, huh? But I, for one, definitely value my life, so that sucks. They keep hitting maximum security. Which is over there. Maximum security. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently. Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already. Just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives, better than anyone in fact. And that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Oh, wait, seriously? Seriously? Well, Melisy, anything you care to share, or are you going to leave Kay and I in the dark here too? The mysterious man in maximum security is an old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there too. You gotta be... I think it is who I think it is. Like, if it is who I think it is, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. So I'm gonna... Like, it's already time, so I'm gonna go get myself, like some coffee. And I'll be right back, and then we'll deal with this. And... Oh my fucking god, if it is who it is, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. And I have my coffee. And I don't know if I'm emotionally ready for what this might or might not be. Oh god, if it is who I think it is, I swear to god I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Like this is some serious shit if it is what I think it is. Also cat. It's a cat. What a awesome kitty! Please, Kay, I'd appreciate it if you could stick to using normal words. If I had a little body like her, life in prison wouldn't be so bad. No, what am I thinking? I can't get locked up for real. Perhaps I better give her a moment to get this cat speak out of her system. March 28, 12:41 p.m. Prison, maximum security. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you say that the Yatagarasu also takes flight even in the dead of night or something? Edward, even at night there's light, like the stars and the moon and buildings and street lights and stuff. Like, there's light at night, sweetie. Don't fuck around with me. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's plight. And that one is me, for I am the great Thief Yatagarasu. Wow, you are one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. Eek! Mr. Edward. That voice... I knew it. It has been far too long. You remember me? I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. Mr. Edward? Are you talking to the dog? Maybe there's someone else in there, so you can see a dang thing. Ah, but I am forgetting from myself. Forgive me, I do not often receive visitors. One moment, I will turn on the lights. What the fuck? You're a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all? Okay, I was worried that it was gonna be Von Karma, but Von Karma was probably already, like, executed by the state. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord is just a random guy, because I don't know if I could have emotionally dealt with Von Karma. Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharmadkanis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edward and I are old acquaintances. Canis was a notorious assassin. Someone knew him as the Blind Butcher. Rather. Why did I read that? His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Edward, am I to guess why you have come to see me? You know I am here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Puppy. Evil puppy. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with his mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes it is. Good, you're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He's also a talent killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. The witness of yours, He's trustworthy, I assume. So it is anything but trustworthy. He's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. No, then. I thought as much. Yes, I did help it. Yes. It figures that he already knew who our witness is. It kinda kills me that his dog is named Helmet. That's such a dog name. What were you doing between 8 and 10 AM yesterday morning, Mr. Canis? During the show, you mean? Stop licking him like that. It makes him look extra evil. I don't like it. I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby. I can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. There are nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. Yeah, chisels are actually really dangerous. He's carving? Wait. He's carving a chess set. Wait, what's... I'm trying to figure out what's happening there. So you have your king, and that seems like a rook, I think. And 3 pawns. Plus another rook outside. Then a rook getting closer to the king. 3 pawns, a bishop. 2 horses, I think. Unless that's just a really weird horse that I'm seeing there. And the king on the other side. That feels... It feels like the game is not going very well. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to end. Wow, that must have taken forever. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces, such as this. Okay, so it's just a 3-headed dog as a horns. That's fair. I didn't know you played chess. You play too, do you not, prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Though you may find my game rather rudimentary, I only began after my arrival here, I am afraid. What's that piece? A dog? With 3 heads? Ah yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles. All doing their utmost to protect the king. All loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by regular rules, and with the regular pieces. I can imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chest, then. Sharing moves by post. Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although, I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. You keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edward. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? I mean, why wouldn't he? Like, Edward is a prison. Like, you kinda have to create emotional connections in a prison and be involved in shit because otherwise you go insane. It's part of the reason why solitary confinement is considered like torture. No human contact for long extended periods of time will in fact fuck you up. People will kill themselves from that shit, Edward. Like, why wouldn't he? He's in maximum security, but he's not gonna like keep away from human beings. Even if he's like, you know, an assassin and everything. Perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edward, didn't Mr. Knight... Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and that there was no attempt of the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, Carboy. You're saying the Bronxster didn't actually have a pop at the press? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. You mean you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away. And swapped in that whiner kid to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this Knight was it. They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination, which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for a certain that he would not have been the first inmate in prison on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmut, yes it is. Yes. The quorum is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edward. No bastion of truth, huh? I mean, Edward, you know that he's right about that one. I heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. God damn it, Lang. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed quorums, though, Sue, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the lies of you to the story today. I never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Even Helmut understands. Don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court and your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air. Not those two again! Prosecutor Winner and Judge Cabell. They went over myself with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon I believed to know about. I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison, and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed. That poses more questions than it answers. What do we do now? Though its testimony is flimsy at best, I need more proper evidence if I want to take Canis on. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmut will show you out. Good boy, Helmut. Go on now. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Until next time, Mr. Canis. It does pay me that our brief time must end, just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edward. March 28, 1:12 p.m. Prison Corridor. Okay, what the fuck are you doing there? Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edward! That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's alright, Kay, you can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast. Fender. So, what do we do now? You and I will continue the investigation, and I know just where to start. By solving that one particular mystery that's been dodging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells. And Mr. Knight's room, right? But what about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. Sure, but he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Ah, well. March 28, 1:34 p.m. Detention Center, corridor. The victim's cell is just over there. Lead the way, Mr. Edward. There is something that... I have just about had it. Who's that? Oh, it's her. Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No. And I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh. I couldn't help overhearing. Warden Lagarde, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Canis? My, well, you were listening? Oh, very gosh of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know? Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete. Tete-a-tete. With everyone, you see. You show your tits to everyone? That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. You make it sound kind of sexual. Your office? How sweet. He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's on this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anyone wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right around here. It's a wonderful room if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden and the yard? Oh la la! The yard? If it's anything like the rest of this place, it's probably full of other animals, right? Can I see? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see that badly, you just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. It's easier to go to a zoo. Oh, but just listen to me, chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Alai's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying. Alai? The sweetest little deal in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. I wanted to ask her more about Canis, but she dominated that conversation from start to finish. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? March 28, 1:43 p.m. Detention Center, holding cell. So this is Knight's cell. When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edward? God damn it, my mouth. It would have to have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then, at some point, he wound up in the prison proper, but how? There must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction. Alright, let's get looking, Mr. Edward. I mean, I think I know how he got there. Like, clearly there's a connection between the warden's office and the prison. So instead of going through the connecting corridor, he could have entered the side corridor, entered the warden's office, passed through the next area if there was no one there, then got to the prison, and then from the prison got to the area where the workshop was. Or he was taken there, but like, it is actually possible for him to have been taken there without anyone seeing him if he was like in a cart or something. Reflected in the mirror is a security camera, a great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest. I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard! Guard. I'd like you to retrieve the footage from this security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir! One thing done. Must guard the scene and expect everything that got my attention. This will be a nice suit jacket. So I've been doing some research of my own. Oh, and what have you discovered? I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry, guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list. Please stop. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. That pillow cover is very clean, spotless in fact. I bet this is a kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can't just picture it, can you? No, I sense it's more of a mattress on the floor type. Damn. Hey look, this newspaper got a chunk of it missing. You're right, a few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell but didn't have a cleaning cloth? It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? There's something different about this spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something? Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though? The bowl is nice and spotless. And there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here. What? Are you serious? Why? What's wrong? There's no door. There's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here. I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. A standard barred window. No signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here. Aha! Must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As I say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape. I must guard the scene and expect my attention. What's the menu doing here, Mr. Edward? It seems that those held in detention centers are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is. Money makes the world go around, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Well, okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished, quite a few of them in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with the money don't have as hard a time of it as everybody else? How did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system? Job, Edward. You've done bad. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Next move, bishop to g2. The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest, but perhaps if the pawn were... No, wait. Not now, Mr. Edward. This is no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This is the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take a look at the evidence in my possession. Yeah, I know exactly what, like, this one here. Like, even if it is in a different position, I know exactly.
Eureka!
This chess game, I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edward. We're supposed to be investigated here. Fuck yous! I am investigated. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is? It's a chess set we saw in Mr. Kani's cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so the rules of the game are not important here. Thank the Lord. What's important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Kani's cell with these. Do you notice anything? Ah! Yeah, they're the same. Carol. I don't know which piece is which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like these, there are pieces in the same squares. Indeed, there's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. And as unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Kani's chess opponent was Mr. Knight? This could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Kani's had a connection to the victim. Although, that just leaves us with a motive. Like, what would be the motive here? Except maybe he's gonna win me a chest. Whoa, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, Anthology, Understanding Animal Emotions, Life as a Pet Stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. A Second Chance of Life, Interviews with a Former Prisoner. His books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, Making Money While Serving Time. His facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. Come on, Edward. It's prison. All prisons have deeply rooted problems because the prison system is inherently unfair. Well, that seems to be everything, so... This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice? Who knows, but we can certainly imagine what he used to do the whipping. The torn out pages of the newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. Investigation complete. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Kani's and the victim. This is bad, sir! Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. Ooh, 3D models. What? What was that? That black thing, is that... It's that dog, right? Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacking this location. The holding cells.
Take that!
Right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis' dog. This is just the evidence we need. Hell yeah! If this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in this cell takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? Well, the wiped floor, I would say, because it might have been, you know.
Take that!
The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something, so that something had been his blood. Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir! There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood and to report the results to Edward. You got it, sir! Well, shit. Now we can really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edward? No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog move between his cell and the prison proper. Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. Oh boy. March 28th. 2:15 PM. Detention Center. Corridor. Okay, time to get asking, huh? Oh, for fuck's sake, he's back! Why did he have to come back? Fucking Lang with his stupid ass sunglasses and his stupid ass theme and his stupid ass jacket and his stupid ass present and his annoying existence. This guy. Thanks for the later. God, what is he here? Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shi Long Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Shenfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Hehe, first a black hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? Okay. Sheena is like super mega prison. That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. Oh right, those guys. I was thinking about Sheena. I hear you were at date again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple of days back? He means the incident with the president of Shangfa. Actually, I had thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficiency of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream of the crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not. It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why, but there's nothing that we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's have a check into these guards. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Well, yeah, that seems important. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing, no way. If I had, I'd... Well, let's just say that I'd be a lot more nervous about starting down here there. So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? No, okay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Candice's dog hasn't been spotted on this side. On this side of those heavy security doors. Hey, are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Oh boy, this guy. Been there? And where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely through the prison house. It was terrible, I tell you. But the prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. Yeah, she got you. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You wanna hear it? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something interesting. Turns out the Bronxer had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident? Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and he was handcuffed. Oops. They made it back and the guard was taking off his cuff when the Bronxer clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak, because when the other guns showed up, they couldn't find their comrades' keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell and then turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. The guard who was struck... What did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Okay, that... Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think they just moved through the warden's doors. That's why they needed the keys, because those have keys on them. Normal keys. Like, keys that any of the other guards would have. But it's still there. Well, there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. What the? It's you losers! That's all we need. God, is this idiot. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Mouse here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense! You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Calm your goddamn idiot hair. Yours just means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonable apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel! Great to see you again. I know who you are. You're Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we work in the alleys, how about a friendly... Oh no, it's totally cool either way! Now, did I hear you correctly that Mr. Edward has joined the defense team? Yup, and me too. We're officially employees of Edward & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain. It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid though, correct? You can coin it as, what do they call them in English? I'm an assistant. No, that's not the job. What's the word? A consultant. I'm a free consultant. Exactly what he said. Mile is just a volunteer, a consultant. It's totally free. We're all about the pro bono stuff here over at Edward & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess will surely approve. Yeah, I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information is on a need. Is that a challenge, I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little battle royal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. He's so fucking stupid. I can't wait to kick his entire ass. How is it verbal combat if you don't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine, we'll do it as yes. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There will be no need for that. It's just not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think you meant to say you would be the one running rings around me. That's... the one who wins is the one who's running rings around the other one. You fucking idiot! And I will, so badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humble, Edward. I'm going to make this child miserable. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. That for some winningly inconclusive proof. And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name. Winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Yeah, same, Edward. That would be my honest reaction to that. Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he even shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there.
Hold it!
Evidence of him was all over that thing. Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edward? I hope even you could put two and two together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edward and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. She's basically acting like his mother, and it's so embarrassing for him. And for me, because it's embarrassing, in general. Like, this man is embarrassing. Brace yourself, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covering the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint. Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Eustace. You will not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edward? No, by all means, please do. Mr. Saint fingerprints were right there, all over the victim's chest set. Okay, but... it was brought to him as a... Of course he has his fingerprints.
Objection!
Like, the fuck are you talking about? So the fingerprints on the chest set were the ace of your sleeve. The what of my... Oh, yes, the chest set... The chest set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edward. I got a winning hand as usual. Only your winning hand is a busted flush. Well, you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. Yeah. That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature. The incident took place here within the walls of this facility, and being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh! Now what? Yeah, I think you might be the premature one here, Edward. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work out what that word means? Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty, not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was. Eustace? Judge Cavell! Put out, Cavell! I have him right where I want him! Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. Both the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating. Don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edward? Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it. Yes, of course, that. Well, remember, Cavell. Listen to this, Edward, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Cavell deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? I don't like this too. The whereabouts of the murder weapon. 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. The potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we would know. From these 2 facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chest set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chest set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Yeah, and equally stupid. Like, if you don't have the murder weapon, you can't test it for fingerprints. Therefore, you wouldn't know who or when that was used. Like, I'm just trying to think about it. Like, even if there was a weapon hidden there, why would Saint know about it? Like, what would Simeon know about it? He just was told to bring a chest set, and that weapon might still be around the prison. Like, this kid is so fucking stupid. I kind of want to just slap him across the face until he cries. Another winning deduction brought to you by one winner, Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire. More like one winner, useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me. Thanks, Edward. That's what I was thinking. But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chest set? Yeah, good question. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Inside the chessboard? I suppose there's only one way to find out. There's nothing in here but chess pieces. Yeah. That laugh is really something. He seems pretty convinced that the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I'd better take a closer look. What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door. Whoa, there's plenty of room in there. Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by. Huh. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you? No, you don't deserve that. I feel you've not been listening, Mr. Winner, or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah, and? The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. You must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Aha! Yes, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner. The gate is only used to scan people. Any items I bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Why? That is not prison procedure. Like, not in a normal prison. What the fuck, woman? Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Oh, for fuck's sake, this speech. Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edward, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we?
Hold it!
But no more the weapon was from another crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner, do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with this claim? Yeah? They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Well, the prison search itself.
Take that!
Like, they themselves didn't find anything. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Oh, come on! As a person with a bad memory, that's not a person with a bad memory. That's an idiot. It's different. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Nice. Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, what a way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me! Eustace? Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edward Les get under my skin? Thank you to leave my name out of this, asshole. Well, I'm Kay Faraday and I'm A-OK. Not you two, please. Also leave that for the next game, and by the next game I mean Apollo Justice. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves that why the culprit could possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. Like the security guys, he would have had to pass through them again. Mere memory trouble, Mr. Winner. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. What? Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There is a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have to have passed through both of them. Two gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So as you can see, there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building. Yeah. In which case, Mr. Edward, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom but couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for. Yeah, you know the truth about what happened to Mr. We know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That's quite a claim. I assumed you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Cavell, and the weapon used in this case will become clear.
Take that!
This is footage taken from the security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourself and see. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killing himself by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there is no way a dog could have planned such a crime himself. Indeed, I fear it might be his handiwork after all. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edward. Judge Cavell, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you also have been asking yourself. She's right, there is one major problem with my version of the events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh. How do we answer that one, Mr. Edward? The truth is, I don't know yet. Heh, of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned. But wait, there's still so much more to explore. Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edward. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't know yet how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Cavell, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison. You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well. What? They actually have something? Now seems like a good time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case. What's she building up to here? Mr. Edward? I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you heard of the very big circus of, not this guy again. God fucking damn it. He knows those guys. Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day after all. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens no, I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume. I'm sure you are aware a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the very big circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah, this sucks. She held onto that fact until the last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. But Gabelle, I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Ustaz, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then, too. Yeah, I got you good, didn't I, you right, prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you. Child. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edward, your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edward, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern, and also go fuck yourself. But I do not abandon anything. When I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. I'm going to make that woman's life miserable! And that child! So Simeon lied to us. Nah, not just to you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, you're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, just Gabelle is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said, and that goes for associates too. Don't worry, Fender, I've no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false, which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. God damn it! Oh, come on, game. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center. Visitor's room. You withheld information from me. Why? Yep, I didn't withhold anything. Or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the very big circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant, you're still a member. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious, me being a performance in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent, not even the UK. I thought I'd made it clear that I believe in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified, You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other clients carrying tips you wanna share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears! Oh my, no. I work with this little guy. Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders. Not now, money. I'm trying to... Ow, you little scamp. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you work at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you call me a goofer. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. He's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here. I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I'm not some kind of creature, Fender. This line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a big part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set. Yes, and that same evening I started working on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard, I had to hold everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to swap all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey works my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 AM. We performed till 10. So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. A Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Little Winner wouldn't just pull someone in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. So I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family. For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was little. Losing one's father as a child, I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edward. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him. No, the other holding cells were empty and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you or you wouldn't be in here. Oh no! No! I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two of them were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Cabell's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edward? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing just such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's why. Bravo, big guy! I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even remind me of your old man for a moment there. I... did? Question mark? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. See me and me book, these guys will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be cheaply amazing. I didn't realize Attack Like a Pirate Day had come earlier this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks, I don't like sweet stuff. Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. The Great Thief's galleon for the dreaded Pirate K. Yahar, me hatties. Let's say the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Edward, don't get involved in this tomfoolery. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look! Come on, what are you waiting for? Someone's excited. March 28th, 3:37 p.m. Prison Yard. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out, it's like the backdrop of some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Oh? Alright, time to take a look around. Eek! Okay! Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edward! Cease! I'm deceased, you beast! Haha, somebody help out me! Stay, Asya, stay! Who's that? I knew it was gonna be her. I fucking knew it was gonna be her. Ah, you find a new friend to play with! Good for you, girl! Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me! No way, she never does a thing like that. Asya doesn't even bite, at least not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh. How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your trunk to yourself. Aw, another new friend. Isn't this the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edward. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Ah, she's not just any elephant. That's Asya, the Asian elephant. Asya stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Big Berry Circus. Very big circus, rather. It's so lovely to meet all of you. Pleasure's all ours, Marcel. Name's Eddie Fender, I'm a bit of an ace attorney. No, you're not. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Jitagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gonna keep it on the download, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun with our show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edward, let's get cracking. Too bad we can see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. But first... God damn it, you're here. Let me check stuff, because this seems important. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys too. Okay, can you stop touching everything inside? Oh, come on, it's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? This will be the stage for the show. Do you think people would be interested in a grain thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels. Oof, smells like animals. I suppose they must have been using it to move things around. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. Where did any of that come from? An Asian elephant named Asia, and one of the very big circus many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edward. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss. Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? No, just that she respects you, I guess. How comforting. This door. This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoil sport! That could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me. Okay, let's... Wait. Hey! Why are you shouting at? Ones like these usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they come say hello. I only see water striders. Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that. So much for the goldfish. Okay, fine. Let's talk to Georgina. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss? That's right. My dad founded the very big circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I am sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great. Look at you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal training, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. Not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? Now, silly, that would be Asia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly, I heard about couples without Texas biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edward? So the elephant is a heroine? I suppose there's a first for everything. And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edward? Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a raven would be cool, like the Great Arasu. No, it's a sneaky monkey. That certainly lowered the stake. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against ASEAN region, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear ASEAN region apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So Mr. Saint was more than just a little helper, he claimed, the little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon, it'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. It did seem going something near that well, though. Well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. You should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero! Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The person gave us special permission to use it for storage. He was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks! All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. We may not look it, but Mr. Edward knows how to get things done. And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? Exactly what it means, Edward. Exactly what it means. A simple, steadily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Okay, this is the same. Yeah, yeah, this is the same as before, though. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? Really? Edward? Oh, can I get on top of it? Nah, I can't get on top of the stage. I can't. This sucks. I wanted to get on top of the stage. Fucking sucks. Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. And who are you today, if you don't mind asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sowit. Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out with the circus show stage tear down and clean up. But if you have need on me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sowit you see before you is a changed man. A changed man who now targets the recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness. You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet in now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right, only 2 inmates were absent. Sowit and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you could say he's a real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? A special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them well, to treat them well eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. Well, the only mud that we have is on the glove. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would these have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Also bloodstain, that one at the end. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah, yes. Garden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb this dumb barred metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard. Even though protecting the warden seam of her little bit of earth, I imagine is to keep riffraff like us out. There you are! Oh, there she is. Regina Cupcake! Ah, what a lagarde! I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful and not a disgrace. Oh, I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly. I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie's a very picture of rehabilitation. It sounds like he's rifling through that man's pocket. I had a coughing fit, sorry. My body's just wanting to die, I don't know why. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other mother prisoners don't do that? Hmm? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. Hmm? What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great living animals, the very big circus really has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. She'd better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the very big circus? But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you are when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of first Simeon, you see. If it's unreal TY, darling Georgina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine. That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must mean Canis and saw it. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everyone. But Mr. Edward, that's not right, is it? Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sowitt were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the third missing prisoner and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one? Yikes! Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Ali, my sweet. Ah, she's so pretty, and what a cute name. Yes, Ali the alligator, isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so yellow. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy! These two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells? Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. Let the ladies have fun. What the fuck? March 28, 4:02 p.m. Prison corridor. Sir, Mr. Edward, sirs! Oh, I finally caught up with you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere. No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Kami. You thought of everything. Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Do you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that duck got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Secret weapons? That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me burst more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Big Gum Show, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. Yeah, got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. It's made of steel, silver, or scrap. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis' dog. And now for secret weapon number 3, where did I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me you're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me, so... I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. Oh, why do you think I call them secret? I can't just go sharing everything at once, that's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try? Well... Here's the deal. The fishing rod might be useful in this situation. Primarily because I want to see what's on that well, and it clearly is close. So we're kind of screwed of checking it. Otherwise... I guess the only good thing, or thing that would be useful, would be missile. Like, missile could actually find us some stuff. Let's go with missile first, I guess. Like, the metal detector is probably useful, but the problem is that there's a lot of metal here, so... it might react to whatever. So check with missile and then check with the fishing rod. You got it, sir! Hey, missile, here, boy! Puppy! Ah, he really came! So, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis' dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we gave the pooch a sniff of the body. And he'll find that route for us! Does anyone else smell something sweet? And all I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there, almost like cake, maybe? Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Bisa, get a noseful. Here we go, follow that dog! That's a way to... He headed for maximum security. Oh, he's going in! Then we'll just have to follow after him. March 28, 4:24 PM, prison, maximum security. This is Canis' cell. Though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? You think Missiles is onto something? Looks like maybe he is. Woof 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 woof. Is there something here? Let's go snooping, Mr. Edward. But next time. Because we are at time. We continue this on Friday. Oh boy. I can't wait to see how terrible this is gonna get. Thank God that it was not Manfred for Carmine that though, and it was just some professional killer. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, I'm just gonna play more the 100 line. Like, I just wanna finish that demo and see where it goes. Actually, pretty cool game. Pretty excited for that one. So, might as well finish the demo and see what happens. Until the actual game comes out. And then on Friday and Saturday, we're continuing more of Ace Attorney investigations to Prosecutor's Gambit. The one where dogs kill people. Apparently. I mean, it's not the weirdest thing that has happened in an Ace Attorney game, but still. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for more of the 100 line. See where that goes. Well, it's a line, so I'm guessing it goes straight. That was a terrible joke. Bye, everyone.